Ooh. Yeah. Happy New Year. We did it. We did it. I was going to make a coffee as well and forgot. Oh well. Forge on into 2025. What is happening? Oh yeah, we live. We're happening. Happy New Year, Jesse. Happy New Year. We did it. Actually really looking forward to getting back into it. Kind of like relaxing. Relax some more. Feel like you need to make something happen. Relaxing. Forced relaxation. It's good to relax. Hey, how we doing? How's everybody doing? I was a little like, all right, streaming. How do we stream again? Oh, that's right. We need that thing and put these things on here and create that and the recording setup and the, oh geez, the things. So we got there. I hope so. Happy New Year. What's everyone been doing over the break? Some people have a break, some people don't have a break. That's good to hear. I know in the States it's less of a break, because it's winter. Over in the southern hemisphere where we're from, where it's hot, people have our summer holidays. I've actually been a little guilty of doing a lot of study over the break. Doing a lot of study into things. Watching a lot of and reading a lot of stuff, trying to go from trying to instantly become a better programmer. Next year I'll be a better programmer. But it feels good, man. Yeah, where we at? We're starting a new game. Yeah, how about that? There it goes. We're all set up, ready to... Nothing can go wrong. Yeah, how's the shrimp game? Whole lot of nothing. Christmas break from work and grad school. Both start back tomorrow. Oh, the pain. That means you're probably in a place where it's still Sunday. We just went through that. Lou and I went through that. The anxiety build. Oh, what's that little GoPro thing going on there? I've got a little extra bit. What are you? Can I just go away that thing? Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to relax. It's nice to be doing something, but then there's also like the fear of returning back to the regular routine, I guess. Anyway, but I've been thinking a lot about new game from the southern United States. Oh yeah, whereabouts? I stayed in Alabama for 3 months one time. Still got more sprites. Wanted to code, so I thought I'd take a small break. Oh, tooling. Oh yes, the fractal refine. Wow, what an eye you have. Yeah, I was like looking for a chair. We moved country and I had a kind of a temp chair. I was looking for a chair for a long time. Sat in a lot of chairs. And then the refine just dropped. And I was looking at it and it was available where I was. And I was just like, I'm not even going to test it. I'm just going to buy it. It looks cool. And actually, it's pretty good. I feel like it's got... these things will do this. It's got soft wheels. It's got lean back. It's got adjustable arms. What was the other thing I wanted? The main one is it's a little high. It doesn't need to be. We don't need to be like executive. We don't need to be this executive at all. So it'd be all right if it cut off at the shoulders. Definitely, maybe should have gone for the mesh version because it's Australia and it's really hot. Oh, Alabama. Birmingham, that's where I was staying. Birmingham, Alabama. There it goes. Yeah, I've got a couple of cousins that migrated to Birmingham, Alabama, got married and settled down. And I went and stayed with them for like 3 months. And this was a long time ago. I was 18, which I don't have a calculator that goes that far. But weirdly enough, my cousin was at the beginning of like web apps. He was building a web app. It was like an early version of WordPress where you like could author websites using these themes versus having to code all the HTML. And I was like learning HTML and weird how the thing goes around. Oh, UAB. Hey, JFK. Back from the dead. I did a little poll on YouTube. Let's bring that not quite up. I'll put it on the other screen. And I'll just pull it up. Just pull that bad boy up. You know, when you're finding it hard to make a decision, just get other people to make it for you. Now, yeah, I did this one. Asking, the main question was, what level, say we start a new game, which we're doing, that's the plan. At what level should we start? Meaning what framework should we work with? And the options were game engine, like Unity, a framework such as Raylib. I don't really know another framework, so it's like Raylib. I've been looking into platform only, like using SDL, which is similar to Raylib, but a little bit different. Or Handmade. I've been watching a bunch of Handmade Hero and watching that guy do the Win32 API and stuff, and it just looks brutal. But I was interested to see what people thought. It looks like half of everybody, well, there are 45 votes. Half of everybody's keen on Raylib. Raylib's like really having a boom at the moment. I think people are excited to use something that's not quite nothing and not quite a game engine. But I'll pull this into further scrutiny because I've been thinking about this a lot. The chair that trains back and neck whilst... What? Pull-up bar, big back muscles. I know, I've got this thing like... Yeah, that the only thing is, yeah, look at Sokol. I have heard of it, but I'm at this stage where I'm kind of ready to go, and I don't want to like pull in something brand new at the moment that I don't know. Yeah, I've got this. I think it must be all of this, all of this, because it's like at the the shoulder blade, got the little ball that goes back there. Because especially like, yeah, it's not the one, then you got to lock the back, and you got little things sitting. There's a standing desk, but yeah, oh, there it goes. Yeah, anyway, sorry, we're way off topic already. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, like I've been watching Handmade Hero. If you want to watch from scratch, like no libraries, not even libc, like, and that looks brutal. Absolutely brutal. But in thinking about this, I've been SDL instead of Raylib because it's what I'm familiar with and want to push a few things before swapping. Yeah. So I mean, I was thinking about it. I think this app is going to be like, oh, can I use basic shapes? What does it say there? $3. Free objects. Oh, I get this many free objects. All right, we don't have free objects. We just draw squares ourselves. So the way I was kind of looking at it, in the game div lasagna. Yeah, exactly. We got to balance the new game. The good news about the new game is we pretty much know what it is. Known. Game equals known, but and then therefore the scope is kind of around about known, which is good. So we don't want to build something that we don't want to build everything. But anyway, back to my lasagna theory. So we got the OS. And then the platform layer, which is like SDL is the simple direct media layer, which does all the annoying stuff like window, input, time. I don't know, it does all that annoying thing that to actually build it, and also it's cross-platform. This is cross-platform. So you got the platform layer, you got your OS layer, something's got to interface with the OS to actually, oh yeah, like files and stuff. It's probably got memory functions and whatnot. And then you got the, I guess these days you got the GPU, and then you got the graphics API, which we're going to use to talk to the GPU, right? And then up here you may even have engine, for whatever that means. This is like your renderer. This is not, I'm not saying this is correct, this is just the way I'm visualizing it, and entities and whatnot. So this is the game frame, great game stuff, and then you got the game. All right, and then you got the user. How we doing? Hammer Hero is really good for learning a lot of core concepts. Yeah, that was where I was really watching them. Was watching him. He's got such a good, deep understanding of like what everything's doing that it's so fascinating just to watch the way someone approaches the thing and learning a lot about some of those core concepts. Once we get further on, I was like, it started to feel like it was like making the concepts like as complicated as possible to just show like how much there is to know, and that it was getting overwhelming. So zooming out a bit from that, if I was to say, yeah, if you use SDL, correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse, but if you want 3D graphics or a like robust renderer, you need to do this step. You need to do like OpenGL or D3D or something, or Vulkan or whatever, D3D. Yo. But what I kind of was looking at was like Raylib does all this platform stuff, and it does the graphics API, and it even like does a little bit of engine stuff. Like it doesn't have a renderer, but it's got a workflow to draw graphics, and it's got like model importing and things like that. So Raylib kind of lives in this place where it encompasses a lot more for you. Whereas SDL kind of sits in its own zone. It talks to this. But yeah, my only concern with Raylib after doing that last little prototyping session was that Raylib does this in its OpenGL. So your renderer will need to interface with the setup, which is okay. But what if you're like, oh, I want to try a different graphics API? You'd have to pull out a big chunk of Raylib and redo it, which may not be necessary, but it was just a concern. This is like, to me, quite a big question mark. And I thought, is it good to use a pre-configured API or to do like your own Direct 3D or something and learn a bit more about the renderer? It could be a massive time sink. But, you know, I don't know. Raylib, I do feel like Raylib is, you could probably definitely do everything you need to do just using Raylib. And then if things got really advanced, you could probably find a way to adapt it. Yeah, that's the thing. Then I'm like, if Raylib has a backend for SDL, then now we've got two backends. Yeah. So the upside of Raylib is I already used it, so I could just get working with Raylib. I think SDL might be like, wait, what am I doing? And then I'll have to build a graphics API, which I haven't done before, which might be like, these may be massive time sinks that end up just like, oh, I give up. Where's Unity? Unity. Report a problem with Unity. Those are the first things that show up. I've got a problem with Unity. So yeah. That was why it was interesting to see that poll though, that not many people that interested in seeing game engine content, I guess. Maybe I've already, because I've posted some work with Raylib, people are like, yeah, that's more interesting. I just wonder, like, if I start with Raylib, and then move on, and then realize, oh, what I actually want to do is use Direct 3D or something, then how much of that do you have to like chop up? Can't use RLGL with SDL, then if you wanted to move away from OpenGL, replace RLGL with something else. Make games away and swap platforms later. Yeah. Can't use RLGL with SDL, then if you want to... Yeah, this is the thing. My mental capacity for how all those things interact is low. Because then I got to dig into Raylib and see at what point. Like, at what point does RLGL take over, or is RLGL just... Raylib sits on top of RLGL. So RLGL is Raylib's let's open... Do I have... I think I've got Raylib 5.5 here. I was kind of looking into it. So RLGL, this is the GL thing. So what you're saying is this is the GL thing, and it just calls into here. And this does all the thing. Now that I'm looking at it, like, do I want to do all this stuff myself? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, look at this. I'm like, do I want to... Episode 7254. We've made it able to render a cube on the screen. Yeah, that was... I had this theory of what you're talking about there, Jesse, is... yeah, having this engine layer that calls into STL, that only... The game just asks for things from the engine. It says, can I please have... Can I store something? Can I render something? Can you tell me what key is down or whatever? And all that, like you put a layer here, right, of like, so only engine knows about SDL. Don't write your own engine. Yeah, I mean, the point of the project, I guess, the new game, the point of the project is to ship a game. Ship game. Also learn stuff. And also I am pretty much not super keen on object-oriented stuff. I don't know, I've just been working on stuff where with just I think I just like basic systems. I know some systems will become less basics. But I mean the Daisy Train one, open recent, this one that we did, this is just C. This is gonna just work. Oh yeah. What was the button? F9 to thing, and then put a train. So this is just C. No, this is C in Raylib, and trying to get lit rendering going, kind of unsuccessfully, or trying to do the basic PBR thing. I have thought about Bevy and Rust, but I don't want to learn Rust. I've been learning C and C++, and I think I'm a C language family person. I don't know, I like C. I like C. I wonder if this is possible. And I mean, this was done in C. How far could you go with C only? Itch good platform to publish games. Yeah, I think Itch is good platform, especially if you're working on like early games, your first games, just getting stuff out there. a bigger game. Yeah, Raylib could be a good place to start. And you know, Raylib is fully open, so there's nothing to stop you from it at some point going, I want to start delving deeper and changing things. Like Jesse said, if you make your if you make your little API kind of framework that it's calling into something, that something can change, I guess, but it's definitely not as simple as all that. Definitely not as simple as all that. Zzz. Oh yeah. Yeah, correct. Correct, you can go as far as you need to with C. True. So this is one file. Nice. I think the design stuff, the game, the style will be some form of lo-fi stylized, I think. Whoa, why is this so chaotic? This lo-fi may or may not be. So I don't expect the render, because the Raylib drawing of models is pretty basic. You have to do your own lighting. And like shading. And all that stuff's going to be difficult. Post-processing and all that. I feel like people are actually coming to watch me make a game, slowly realizing I don't know how to make a game. I know how a game works, but problem, you need to experience having built 20 games. Once you do that, you'll find out you're looking for switching engines or making one. Have I considered uploading the final video without the trippy effects? You don't like the trippy effects? Too trippy? Well, I've built like 10 games. I think due to the realization that I'm streaming this and I don't want to spend 10 million years because I'm also terrified, I'm going to start with Raylib and C and just start building out the general, because this prototype was like no concern about anything. There were functions everywhere. It's all in one file. There is no framework. It was just a test to see if I could make something in C in 3D. And the other thing is, I guess everything can change. The core, there is a to be said though, there is the philosophy, which I don't know how related it is to game dev, but I feel like it is. The philosophy is what would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? What would I do if I knew I couldn't fail? If I knew it was going to work, I'd probably build an engine, or at least start with Raylib. Why the switch to C? Well, the way I learned, kind of, if I started with C# doing Unity, about 3 years ago, and I did that for about 2 years, and then was like, I want to go deeper, and found Odin. And then I was like, scratch Odin, let's go to C++ just because I need oh, that's a sharp again. C++ just because I needed to learn something that was, I wanted to learn something that was a bit more like standardized, because this was like hard to learn for someone that's trying to learn the basics. Then I realized that C++ is doing all kinds of stuff that I didn't understand. So if I learn C, then I kind of know the basic building blocks, which all these other languages are kind of built on, really. Right? And with those, then you get a better understanding no matter how far up the chain you go. When you look at something like a dictionary or something, you realize that underneath it all, if you had to write it in C, it'd be this big function. And you realize that it's not free. It is something's happening under there. Plus C is like, I don't know, it's kind of, it's simple, it's confined within like a thing. And sometimes when you're working in a confined space, you get creative, you figure ways of doing things. My favorite game, probably Transport Tycoon, or Angband, games from like a million years ago. Yeah. Oh, my trippy effects are gone. You asked that and I accidentally got rid of them. Oh yes, I did think about that. That it draws your attention when you're watching the video. Love C, yeah. Making flowcharts and talking is easier than making game code. Thanks so much, Nathan. Yeah, I don't know, I'm stumbling through it. So obviously, like, my philosophy is when knowledge fails, when we have no knowledge, then make joke. At least make it fun. Yeah, that's the other thing. And I want it to be fun. I want the process, fun process. Raylib is very, very fun. He's done an amazing job of figuring out what it is that makes you be able to go, ah, wow, I did something. And then you can go deeper as well. Beautifully simple and simply. If you like C, you'll love C++ eventually. Yeah, I do. To be honest, I do really like C++. And there is a chance that this project goes from C at some level to C++, either all of it or at the game level. Because I think if you know a bit about C, if you appreciate C, then you can appreciate C++ and things like vector. You know, like when I started using C++, I was like, vector is just this magical thing, and you say push back, and it'll add more. But when you know what that kind of, what's actually happening, and like it, because you do it, the thing that got me is you do it on the stack, right? You do it in your func, and you make a vector, and then at the end it goes away, and you're like, wow. But then if you do that in Odin, you realize, oh, this is a heap, and it's only going away because of the destructor. So like even just not, I didn't even know that. I mean, you know, talking about basics. If you like C, you're going to hate C++. Yeah. Well, things I like about C, it's C++. I like about C++, like if you need a map, if you need a hash map, you just use a hash map. Maybe you don't use it for the whole time, but interestingly, ironically, I started that space game, open workspace. Do I have space game in here? Oh yeah, space game was C++ and everything was being stored in hash maps. And then I was like, the more I thought about it, the more I realized like everything was kind of entities. And I was like, things actually need to be contiguous, kind of. So I built this, I ended up building my own ECS array, or arrays that were based on IDs that you could look up. There were two. Each one would have the data, and then it would have the index to ID. And then I used the map anyway to get the ID to index. Anyway, and this would manage like putting in new instances of entities and components, and do this unordered remove, and all of this stuff ends up, other than the templating, ends up being quite C-ish. Standard library for hash maps, does it? Oh, it's STB. Yeah, I was reading about STBDS this morning. Funny, it's the same thing with a game engine. Learning how to do it myself made it easier to learn Godot, but it also makes it frustrating. Yeah, like Godot, I did a similar train thing, right? With this grid, the grid map tool, the Godot grid map tool. I was like, oh, it's cool. You can build a 3D tile map, which is exactly what I need. And so you build it up, and then when you go into the grid map thing and go, okay, what can it give me? And it's like, well, it can give you the coordinate and a couple of other things. I'm like, oh, I really need to store what I want to store in these things. And then it's like, well, you kind of need to make another structure. And now you've got two things. Whereas in the Raylib and the C version, it was just, I guess, I don't know, bottom up versus up bottom. Happy New Year, boss, big boss man. Why is my reverb so weak? That won't do.
We just do it, and then see what happens.
Yeah. Okay, shucks. It's really happening. Oh yeah, there was a crazy, like, YouTubers like this. Christmas. Christmas. I don't know if it was Christmas. Sometimes YouTube just gives you a bump in views and you don't know why, and you didn't do anything to deserve it, and then it goes away and you go, oh. Oh man, all the people in the chat that probably know a lot more about this than me, I'm sorry, but I'm going to use a toolchain that's pretty, I'm going to use, just because I don't know a lot, close to 2K subs. We're doing it actually. Oh yeah, and YouTube like got, where are we at? 1.9. My toolchain, I don't even want to mention it. I don't want anyone to follow what I'm doing. It's like Handmade Hero, but not knowing what's going on the whole time, and not handmade. So I'm going to use Visual MSVC. I'm going to use Visual Studio to make the project and manage the project, and debug, project debug. And I'm probably just going to write most of the code in VS Code, but I'm going to build using MS Build, which is like dumb, but that's only because it's the dumbest one, and I need the one that's the least amount of buttons, because there's CMake. I don't know CMake. I don't know make. I don't know make. I don't know Ninja. I don't know Ninja. I don't know. You could write a book with the things I don't know. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think that's the thing. We just got to get the ball rolling. You make a bunch of stuff, and then through that process you realize what you're doing wrong or right, and you can always change things. You can always change things. Do I need to make a GitHub? I don't even know how to do that. I do though. I just don't want to do it on stream. New repository, right? No template. Daisy trains. We're making, oh yeah, we're making daisy trains, by the way. This new game is daisy trains. Yeah, you can, and you could always adapt this project to CMake if you wanted to take it off Windows or whatever. Like nothing's cooked in. The Daisy Trains 3D. There we go. It's going to be private though. I'm sorry, but yeah. Not really all that interested. Go deeper to graphics. Yeah, well, yeah. I guess thing lets you get it going, right? Yeah, empty. GI? What? Get ignore. We need Visual Studio license. No license. I don't know. I don't know what these licenses are. These are for like the unlicensed. There's like for open source stuff. Okay, create repository. Yeah, okay, cool. We have a thing. Now, if I look in my dev thing, we do have a dev C daisy trains, which I might. Nothing's got this open, does it? No, let's close it all down. We will go in here and harvest some of this code because some of it was all right. Change prototype. And we'll make a new thing called Daisy Trains. And then we need to do I have command prompt? Do I need to use administrator for this? I usually use, we'll go command prompt. Oh yes, cd daisy. Okay, so this is empty. Is this going to work for a thing, or is it going to, if I go get clone, come on, man. If I do that, is this gonna, where's this gonna put this? Let's just do it. Wait, what did I do wrong? I don't need the HTTP. Oh, what did I do wrong? I know switch G. Or do I not need the, do I not need the dash? There we go. Oh, should I not have done the thing? Should I not have done the get ignore? Is this file not the one we needed? No dash. Okay, did that put it into another folder? So I actually don't want that. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do it. So now if I make a new Visual Studio project, it'll pick up on the Git. File new. feel like so many times, even making Unity projects, I make like the wrong render, and so I was going, well, we're gonna remake it. Empty project. We want a console app. I mean, not a console app, but an empty project. Is this gonna say, oh, you know what this is gonna say? This is gonna say, it needs to be empty. If I put this into here, or C, and go select folder and call it, oh no, fuck, I hit the enter. No! All right, we're off to a great start. Delete. All right, we're off to a great start. No. Okay, file new project. Is this going to say this is not empty? So we just have to, this directory is not empty. Is that still okay? Project already exists. Must be put in a new folder. Choose a different. Okay. So I'll get daisy chains and we'll just call this get. Come on, man. I'll just take this away. Put it here for now. Great. All right. Daisy chains. Now if I put them in here, there's got to be a way to do this, eh? And I go to get daisy chains. Okay. Where's the, oh yeah, get repository. Initial commit. So it is talking to the thing. Get changes. Okay, so it's picked up on these things. Bro, look like Moriarty. What is that thing he says? Hi. Can you do a stream in a top hat and a monocle? Well, I was gonna save it till stream 2, but all right. You know, I was testing out the mode today because I saw Nosferatu. Has anybody seen Nosferatu? Okay, we want to be in file mode. We have our get. So who was there that was saying don't use, honestly, I built my first few project using a bat file. That's fine, just get working. Yeah, I know, I'm doing that, but also letting thing do it. New add new item C++ CPP file. We'll go main.c. Okay. Boom. Thanks. We're away. Are we building? We did it. We did it. The other thing is external dependencies. x64. Okay. So now in the other project, I brought Raylib in. But I might just start with using it as a static lib. And maybe I'll make a vendor one and a Raylib one. And then just go steal that. I've got this include Raylib, these ones. And we also need the libs. Daisy chains, libs. We refresh that, we got libs, then we need to fangle with the properties. Include directories. It's like I don't want to use CMake and all that because I don't want to learn it. But then I also typing into these crazy boxes in Visual Studio. I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. Vendor Raylib, is that what we need there? Library directories. Do we need library directories here? Or is that in the linker? General, additional includes, I don't think we need. Linker needs, we need these dependencies. We need raylib.lib and we need winmm.lib. Is that what we need? Raylib lib, wait, why are these libs not the libs? Why do they not have the libs that I would normally see? Beyond Nexus, libs, Raylib. Yeah, raylib.lib, those are the libs I want. Replace them. Okay. Oh yeah, some of these are like, yeah. Some of those are like the WASM ones. Raylib.lib, winmm.lib. I think we do need to do the library directories, project directory, and then we need to do lib. Apply that. Did we do everything we need? Whoa, what is that at? Raylib.h. Okay, that worked. And then how do we do Raylib? We do in that window, hello world. Is there a step before that? While window good blah blah blah. Come on man, you should know by now. Close window. Did I miss a step? We did it. GCC, why are you using MSVC? Yeah, why are you using MSVC? I just talked about that because I don't know anything else. Also, the actual real reason that I'm using MSVC is because I like the debugger. I often work in here, and if not, I work in code. And I can just build POG. We did it. Yeah, I spend a lot of time in the debugger. I'm a debugger. I'm a debugger boy. Hello world. What is draw text taken? Position Y, position, oh yeah, 10, 10. 120, make it bigger. Yeah. No, you're all good. Sorry, yeah, I know this is kind of just, imagine I'm a poor refugee that came from Unity and slowly fell down. I didn't learn it the other way around. Why are you not using GC? I know. Sorry, I want to keep the, because I would rather. I just don't know. Like, can you? I don't know fundamentally how you got like you put out PDB or whatever, and then you can just connect it to Visual Studio, or does it only work with MSVC, or does it can it use other compilers? Things I don't know. My battery device is low. That's all right, we're not using that. Wait, we might be using that. That's one thing to be said for Raylib. It took us like 5 seconds to open a window. Some might say that's not realistic. Use what you know. Do I want to go through the can I open another code? I'll open folder dev C daisy trains. Select. Why is this one so teeny tiny? Okay. So we can have this, and then we need to use another another thing that's probably easier to do without this stuff. And we'll call this .json. This is another thing that's probably just easier to do in a command line. Hello, grueling pine 185. Oh, we got a phone call coming. We can't take that right now. We can't do it. If we go here into our tasks.json, I don't know why we have this big window here. So we got this way of, this is my other thing, is basically just compiling from the Visual Studio project from here, which is probably slow, but we're going to do it anyway. In fact, let's open recent. Ooh, it's not going to know where that thing is it? Open folder. Where was RayJam? Open that one and go to tasks. Oh yeah, this is basically what we need here. So this is going to do build debug, open a shell, use MS build, and we're going to use daisy train solution config debug platform 64 verbosity minimal build, and then daisy trains. Okay, and then I should be able to go. I think I should be able to go. Oh, what is the thing? You then need a launch thing as well, don't you? Run build task. Oh yeah. No, don't do any of this. I don't need .NET version 8. What did I do? Thanks. Build debug. Linking, yeah, so that worked. It was a little slow. And we could do build release, generating code. Yeah. Oh shucks, there are people talking. What's the color scheme in VS Code? It's kind of a hybrid of relaxed dark, but I've changed a couple of things. Strings, numbers, and come on, man. Oh, dude, I need to also clean this file because it's a disaster. Strings, numbers, comments, and keywords. And then everything, I like everything just to kind of be not super too much going on. Why are you not using lightweight ESP? I know we do need lightweight. We do need to be better. We will get there, but what we also I just want to progress is everything. I don't want to get too bogged down. could be a bad thing to say. View appearance. I don't know why this keeps not being centered. Anyway, now we need a file called launch.json, right? Oh, and I already close that other one? Recent Rayjam. Oh yeah. Why? Maybe I didn't close it. Okay. Launch.json. This stuff here. We want this stuff here. Name. Let's just call it debug. Workspace folder. Daisy trains.exe. It'd be cool if these weren't building in these folders, but things. Daisy trains. Will that work if I push F5? Yeah, see, now we got buttons. We got buttons. Okay, cool. So we're actually kind of up and running. We got this for making new. The only annoying thing is you kind of need to add new files here. Oh, that's right. I should probably have a folder called source. Move main into there. Is this gonna make this thing shit its pants? Or it can figure out where main is? It can. By default, it's doing debug. That's fine. I don't know how to. Oh, really? Just release. All right, we're in. New project setup. Didn't actually take that long. Is it a good setup? These are things we just won't, things that we won't even worry about right now. But I mean, I already did this. Where is it? Do I just keep closing? Oh no, okay. I already did this. Not this. Already did one daisy trains. This is that. Actually, I already did one where I was basically just like go, but I wanted to think a little bit about like how this thing is laid out. Like, what is the structure of this code? How much are we gonna structure it? So does it go, do we just go and then refactor, or do we start up with a thing? Hey, come on guys. We're all just here trying to look for excuses not to actually program. So my original idea here was to do this, all of this, and this. But seeing as we're just gonna jump on the Raylib, we're gonna jump on with Raylib. Raylib has, we kind of wanna do some input, some update, and that's part of input, kind of is an update really. And render obviously, and I want to like, because I mean hopefully we're gonna get to this, but render I think is gonna be kind of simple-ish. It's probably not, but say we have a bunch of trains that we want to draw, and then some landscapes we want to draw to begin with. These ones might all use a shader, one shader, and these ones might use like shader 2 or something. But I want to do like a thing where perhaps this is ordered by shader, maybe, so that when we do all the setting of the shader stuff, they're done. It's not like rendering this thing, then rendering this thing, then rendering this thing, and having to like keep setting the shader stuff. But I don't know whether that's the thing. I know in the 2D renderer, you go set shader mode, set shader, and then you're drawing to the texture. And then if you want to draw a different thing, you need to end the shader mode and then start a new shader mode. But in model drawing, the shader is like part of the model object or part of the material. So do we need it? Do we want to be rendering things by material sorted or something? Anyway, whatever. We have a little rendering system. The input. Oh, and do we want to do some sort of memory madness? What's this game about? Rockers Games. Oh yeah. So basically we did a game jam. We did the Raylib Next game jam. We did a 7-day game jam of Raylib and C++, and we made this incredible feat of technology here, where we made this train building puzzle game. And we'll just turn off the music here. And so you got to pick up cargo and drop it off to unlock the next level. Oh, this is a drop off. So the train goes around, picks up the cargo, drops off the cargo. And once you fill a container up, it opens a new level, and now you've got to solve this puzzle. Oh, whoops. And they kind of interconnect, and you got to do them in the right ordering and whatnot. It was a bit, obviously it was very rushed. Oh, that's a drop off. So we're kind of adapting this into a 3D version. Open folder. This prototype one here, where we just had a go. We actually tried two different engines. We tried Godot and Unreal, and then we did it in C. Oh, did I move Raylib.lib? Things are getting hectic. C, Toolchain, prototype lib. Yeah, do it. Oh, what is, this got linking errors because I changed the name of the project. Oh no, what have I done? Open solution. Well, whatever. We made a 3D thingamabob. We made a 3D version of this, kind of very basic, just with trains that moved around, and we worked on the rail systems and whatnot. So yeah, it's like currently it's a puzzle game. Oh, right, you know what's going on. Yeah, man, I actually bought Factorio with the gift card that I got from the game jam, and I've been playing that. Yeah, sorry, I digress. So we managed to break the original prototype. Oh yeah, we're talking about things like memory, which might be something where we do some big allocation for like the whole game. Allocation of an arena of some memory. Inspired by My Hero. But how much, I guess, how much do we need to do? I also thinking of how much to split into files, especially if it's C. How much file splitting do we want to do? Do we want the concept of an engine, or do we just not bother with that? We're definitely going to need, turn off the sweep visualizers. We're going to need like a models, materials, shaders. Oh, we had a thing to load a model and free a model or whatever. Do we want to build a thing that loads models in? What do we actually want? What do we want? What do we want? We kind of just want exactly what we already have done once. Open solution. Let's go into the thing. See daisy chains prototype. Solution. Yeah, save it all. Save it. Yes, we are trying to take daisy chains to the next dimension, literally the third dimension. What happens if I run this in here? Will it figure it out? It actually will. Oh, there were build areas. What were the build areas? Fatal error, cannot open file raylib.lib. So you don't know where raylib.lib is? Project directory include Raylib. Oh, Raylib.lib is not in there. Build solution. One succeeded, one failed. So Raylib.lib. Where is Raylib.lib? Why are you, did I get rid of it or something? Release, debug. Raylib.lib. You're right there, sir. Includes, I guess we don't have this here. Maybe this needs to be set. I don't know how I was building it before. Lib. Right? Okay. Build. One succeeded, one failed. Oh, I think I messed up by moving this. Well, we've got the code, which is the main thing. All we need to do is just totally build it again. File, recent, daisy chains prototype. Okay, why does it start so small? So this is one file, big boy. Things like all these grid structures and whatnot. But allocate a meg for your game state, put it all in one structure you allocate at the beginning. Yes. Do we want to, I guess we don't bother, do we? I think I will have a file called game, maybe. A game file, probably a render file. Game.h, render.h. We could split it out into like trains, grid. This is all game stuff. This is kind of not, but I don't know if we're going to, in this project, bother with splitting the engine logic into its own layer. Maybe not. Whatever main is, all I want main to do really is do like init game or init renderer or something. Maybe init window init renderer init game. So this is, yeah, platform. If I was to think about it like that, engine game, but not necessary. The other thing is the game struct. You're saying like allocated a megabyte for the game struct. I had big ideas about doing like having like memory, and it was like it created a pool, and then anytime the game wanted to store something, or when it wanted to store the game state, it asked the engine. But this is probably like not necessary, because these things, the renderer might need storage as well. Maybe it can have its own storage, because that renderer is also going to be like init shaders, init models, or materials or whatever, and it lights. I don't know, that might be dynamic more so. That could all be subsets of this stuff, of the renderer, maybe, because these are assets, but that could be more like that. And then game loop, and then clean up something. Is that, I feel like this comments thing could be a bit brighter. Yeah, comments are the only thing. I guess you could think of it like a platform .h or something, and that just calls into Raylib. But in the future, it could call into something else, but probably not. Oh, I can't initialize the window. Maybe there could be a platform file that has things like if there are resizing of windows and all that kind of fun stuff. All right. If you make this to Udemy course or something, I will buy. You don't want that. Whoops. Projects, data traits. Okay. So we'll try doing a thing. Trying to learn Raylib. Yes. Raylib is a good thing to learn. It's a good level. All right. Platform Pragma does work in C. So how do you write code again? I feel like we need coffee. I guess we could just start with a void. Oh, are we gonna do this? Is this gonna be a thing? Well, Raylib's in camel case, isn't it? Have you thought about using something else as an idea, even more minimal text editor? I'm using VS Code for most of the editing. This is Visual Studio is kind of like where I manage the project, the build, the debugging, and that's the main thing. Is I don't know. I mean, I don't know any build systems, and I don't know how to work with debuggers with different compilers and whatnot. I just know that whenever I have a problem and I go into the debugger in Visual Studio, I have a higher chance of figuring it out. I mean, do I need a platform? All it's going to do is call init window. Helix. What is Helix? Is this just redundant? What's the button for add? Control Shift A. Oh, is this gonna not? Oh yeah, no, you know about it. You know about it. Do we want to know what a game window size is or whatnot, or should we just not bother with that right now? This is where like Neovim. Yeah, no, I'm too old for that. I'm too old to start the training. Too old. Yeah, I know. Things that I thought of, there's like definitions is one of them, and constants, say, but things like, oh man, I think I need more coffee. This is where I don't know whether it is good to think about things in separate worlds. Like if I was to have all these defines, oops, like all this stuff. Yeah, like that, like all these. This is just like data stuff. Here. Main doesn't need this. Pain points, Neovim. I just, you get to a point where the discussion becomes about Neovim. That's a const. Maybe I do want something flip. This is programming and streaming. I don't know whether they're great bedfellows. In a platform. Oh wait, this is, I am in C. Yeah, see, everything needs to know this, and I'm gonna do a thing. This may, everything is everything. I'm gonna have a new header file called Genie.h. And after Raylib, I'm going to include Genie.h. And I'm going to get all these types of suckers. And put them in here. Yeah, I mean, I went through this process with Space Game where I was like doing the process of learning, like this needs this and this needs this and this actually needs to reference that, and you know, I guess you don't need to do it anyway, split it up at all, but also it is an art splitting things up. I think I'll just follow my nose for a little bit. In fact, Genie will also include Raylib.h. So if it's got Genie is my engine. Actually, this was always the plan. My plan, all I wanted was to make a game engine called Genie. So I could say, Genie, give me memory, and it would go away and do it. Which is weird though, because I guess yeah. I mean, sometimes it's performance and sometimes it's flow, like. Definitely, there's an interesting challenge in like the way the data flows. But this is how it kind of goes in my head, because this init platform, it may just look like init window, but I've got a feeling it might have something else. Genie. Okay. So does Genie, yeah, so this is the thing. Does platform include Genie, or does Genie include platform? Yeah, now you have these things where you need, if you wanted the Genie to this is some type defs instead of defines for type aliases. Type def. Is it the other way around? like that. Yeah, we'll have conflict flags, we'll have window resizing. Oh, these need semicolons. Is this what we want? I don't ever use usize. I don't think I think size T is fine. I'm using plain C for the moment until we get to a point where we say this is too hard. Just give me an unordered map. Okay. So this way we have to include the platform, but that seems wrong to me. Something's wrong. Maybe it is right. We can say platform or init platform, and that'll just do that. Eventually we'll want to store that in some sort of game stuff. May want to use the types exposed by include standard int.h, standard def.h. What happened with the train? This is the train project game, but for real this time. But for real, kind of. Well, we're approaching it like we're actually building a game now, kind of. Oh, I don't know. Standard int if you want, size T, standard def. Yeah, I think if I run into those issues, and then we might have a thing, a struct game state. Is that what we'll have? And this just has everything. Has everything. Like the grids, like the trains, like the... Does this have like models and everything? Models, like we'll just call them assets. Does it have... One thing I had in the other game was I had like input structs and stuff. Does it have input data? Does it have... I don't know. The only thing I wanted in here was who is running. So then we need an init game. For your type defs instead of plain int, also int can change per platform if you build for 2064-bit would be 64-bit, 32-bit, so better off including standard int 32T I32. All right, let's include standard int .h. Can I type def multiple things? Or is that not what we're doing here? So you're saying we did this, but we also or instead want to do int 32T as I32. Is that going to cause an error? One at a time. So it's either or. But this, you're saying, has better platform, is better to use than just straight int. And do I need to do that with all of them? I mean, I don't know. Is this gonna? This is just gonna be Windows at the moment. I don't have any other platform 64-bit Windows. What is the T for? Better for platform. Man, these are like the amount of things I don't know. Is there int 16T? The amount of things I don't know. You could say not equipped. They have int 8Ts. They have them all. And C to denote types is right. So let's carry on. Man, this stream was more fun when there weren't people that knew what they were talking about in it. I jest. It's nice to know this stuff. Unsight. Oh yeah, UINT 32 variant. Yes, there are. I know. Yes, I have seen those. I've only got. All right. So. Oh, what do you? Why do you have no? Oh, it is a thing. Yes. Oh, 42, too many. Whoops. Screen width already defined. So we got platform. Why did I get a fail in here but not in here? Oh, I do. Okay. So yeah, we're including Genie, and the main is also including Genie, which we don't need. But that's still still bad. How? There's only like 2 files. Genie, I32. Oh, is this because they're in... I'll just put them in the C file. They will probably be stored elsewhere. Sorry, what? Init platform already defined in platform.obj. Raylib.lib. platform.h. No, it does need that. Let's just get rid of these. Did I do something strange? Void init platform. Yeah, I need to. So yeah, I'm in .h, I've got that. What seems to be the problem there, sir? Is this something, have I done some sort of strange typo? Am I losing my mind? Oh, is there an init platform? Oh, there must be an init platform. Okay, we've got Genie init platform. There must already be an init platform in. Yeah. This is why I wanted my Genie layer. The Genie layer, but I feel like platform should be a part of Genie, not the other way around. So that means these things should maybe be elsewhere. What was it? You honestly shouldn't listen to random people most of the. Yeah, I know. This is like, to be honest though, stream usually to less people, and it's cool to engage with people, and I know that people know more than me. But yeah, I will just carry on doing my thing. The other thing I could do, so if I wanted to include Genie.h and I wanted this to not include that, and I wanted this to include platform, and I wanted this to include platform.h, I would need these definitions somewhere. Because it won't, oh, it doesn't actually, it will still work, I think. Init window undefined. Okay, oh yeah, because platform needs Raylib, doesn't it? And that's one thing about C that'll get you. That's one thing about C that'll get you. You make you call a function that doesn't exist, or you you call a function that doesn't exist. It'll just go okay, and it'll call it. It won't stop the compilation. This also, because but anything that gets included in here will need these. Whoa! You know what I need? I just need a little coffee. A little coffee to keep the brainstem activating. And we'll just do a little throw up. Coffee. Does that look like a F? And that looks like an E. Coffee. This is why I don't know about programming, because all I did was do this. That was a quick coffee turnaround. It made me remember another thing. I was watching a lot of Hame Hero and Cherno and these great channels of people that know what they're talking about, which led me to realize, you know, why are there so many dots? You know, obviously I don't know. Like, you're not going to watch my videos and like get like this is what this is and this is how this works, because there's plenty of that, plenty of educational content out there. I'm more in the thing of asking the questions. What is that? How do we do that? And actually not knowing. Now, I was inspired. There's a video, I don't know if anybody's seen this video. His name's like Emil, there's something, I don't know, How I Program C. This video, How I Program C, Eskil Steenberg. It's 2 hours long. And he just goes on a mega rant about how he writes C and how he doesn't use C++. And it's really good. But where was I going with that? Oh yeah, and I was inspired for the first time ever to write snake case. I was like, oh yeah, it's readable because of the underscore. Now I understand, because everything in C, you don't have namespaces, so you've kind of got to go, you know, write things like this. Whereas you might do that in C++. But Raylib is not camel case. I mean, Raylib is not snake case. But maybe the Genie is the only one that talks. That's what only the Genie can talk. But probably this is just dumb to create a whole layer to do basically what Raylib does directly. Maybe I'll make a thing. I don't know if this is good or bad, but we're doing it.
Sometimes we just do it, and then see what happens.
Yeah, you know it. So this can include Raylib. We can say we've got this definitions file in the Genie. But downstream in the platform, don't tell me that platform doesn't exist. We can include the definitions. This is probably a really bad idea. Genie init platform, and then it calls init window. Look, I had a dream, and the dream may turn out to be a nightmare, but we're going to do it. Just for the moment. One thing on Handmade Hero that terrified me, nice, was he uses structs, he uses snake case. Variables, he uses capitalized camel case. And then for functions uses capitalized camel case also, I think. Which was like, wow, I've never seen that before. But he's from an era of the deep magic knowledge. Things that we could only dream of having. Alright. So we have game.h, and we can get rid of that and have a struct in game.h. So we have two things. We have the Genie and we have the game. This could be Genie init platform. You could have a Genie init, and then it would go, okay, init platform, init memory, init renderer, init all its bits. And then we start initting the game. I just want to check something. Oh, what's that? Why is that? Focus on my hand there. Well, look at that. Oh, now you don't want to do it. Now you want to do it. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the other thing. There is no there's no set. Well, YouTube just I think today, if I go into my thing and go down to this button, the dollars button, I've got 3,943 public watch hours of 4,000, and once that goes, ads, buddy, ads. Buy my course, masterclass on C programming, masterclass software architecture. Buy my t-shirts. Yeah. It's good to not know what you're doing, because then, I mean, I'm a big fan of people that really know what they're doing, talking, letting you know how you should do a thing, and people that don't know what they're doing, not telling you what they should do. People in the middle that kind of know a bit, they're the ones that love to tell you what to do. Genie, void, Genie, summon. No, we can't get to Genie init. Oops. Oh, a C file. Call it genie.c. Use better titles, by the way. New game project, if it pops up in someone's feed, isn't going to pique interest. Yeah, no, sorry. I was like, I said I was going to stream and then I wasn't quite ready and I had to make the thumbnail and do all this stuff. So this is the first stream of the year. We are doing a new game project, but I'll make it better. I'm going to make it like, now that this cat's out of the bag, daisy trains, because I got to make a whole video about choosing daisy trains. So these streams are like now, and then the devlogs are like earlier. So the devlog watchers are catching up to this fact. So I didn't want to give away straight away that we're making daisy trains. We're making daisy trains. It's obvious, but you know, whatever. And we would probably need to include the Genie. Include the Genie, and then we can say Genie init platform. This is exactly probably how not to do things, but we're gonna do it anyway. Okay, and Genie init, okay. Maybe I like Visual Studio better. It's not Factorio-like at all. It's like how I just joined the stream. I saw a new game project and want to see what the idea is. Oh, Little Ninja, what's up? Thanks for joining the stream. I don't know if you've seen the Daisy Trains video, but this is 3D Daisy Train. Sorry, for lack of any actual tangible hype. Genie init, and then we'll have a. So Genie is the Genie. Genie is the all-knowing. Why Genie? Oh, whoops. That's why. There are like half a dozen on my home pages right now, all coding. Everyone's coding. We're all out here coding. The only thing I can offer that the others can't offer is these types of effects. You know, I replace solid core principles with reverb. So this calls into this, and all this does is init window, which is probably, now we probably don't even need this whole platform layer. This is probably a better call, is just to do it in there. Okay, I feel like I'm, whatever, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. So we say Genie init, and then we can make the game. Now we make the game, game.h. We could do something like have a screen width in here. Oh yeah, we can't. And we could construct the game state first, and then we pass it to the Genie and say, this is the game I'd like to make. But who manages the memory? Does Genie manage the memory, or game manage its own memory? Who cares is probably what I'm hearing you say. Game init. Does this need anything, or will it just have some defaults? Maybe, perhaps. He's here for the chop. Oh, you know, Andy, I'd love to show you. I don't know if I can, if I turn this camera around. The chopper chops are actually holding up the second monitor. Oh, let's go to big screen. Is this going to destroy something? Can we see it? The chopper chops. There it is. The chopper chops. There they are. Yep. We're a professional broadcast studio. Only the best. Do you have a creative background? Yeah, that's actually my background is in I was actually in music and recording, and then I was in video production for 10 years and visual effects. So I definitely come from a audio-visual background, and the programming only started a few years ago. I was a GUI button pusher. I was a press button, make thing happen person for the longest time. So I'm relatively new. I appreciate all the people that have been, watching my videos and that are, interacting with me on this level, because I'm really new to it. And I really do, like the way I approached audio recording and video production and visual effects was I was always systems orientated. Like I'd figure out a system of a way of doing things. And then when I realized that programming is but it's so much of it is systems, I was like, oh, this is where I was getting a lot of joy out of it. And also you get to use your audio and you get to use your video, everything, all these fields all come together in game dev. Programming was probably my weakest point. So that's why I guess I'm going so deep into programming. Not that deep. We're not an assembler. Don't even know what a UN32 is. But yeah. So game includes game.h, but we need things. Whoa, look at that. It knows the things. Okay, so this needs to include definitions. Yeah? You don't know what a bool is? Bool? You don't know what a bool is? You don't know what a bool is? Why do we not know what a bool is? We don't. It says undefined. But if I go there, it is there. I guess the compiler's just not getting to it because it's looking at bool and saying, I don't know what a bool is. Does this need to include some standard IO stuff? Really? I've never included that once before in my life. Oh, I guess it did. I did read the C programming language book over the break, all the way to the manual part of it, which was illuminating. So here we're going to make a game state. And maybe this wants to send back a game state pointer. Game init. And then we can return game state. I guess we can say we probably need to wrap this in a if game state, then do these things, else printf failed to d. It's not going to have printf, is it? malloc undefined. Does definitions, I guess we can include, is it memory.h? Wanting malloc undefined, returning int. Where's mem again? Mem? Isn't it mem? Memory? I thought it was that. Oh, maybe not. What do you include? Standard bool, standard IO, standard lib. It's probably that, isn't it? Printf and standard IO. Do I want these to be stored somewhere? Yeah, I bought it and read it, and it was really good. It filled in a lot of blanks about, like, you know, even if you start with C# and you're doing stuff, and there are just concepts that you just go, oh, that is what that is, and you're like, okay. And then when you read that book, and it tells you why that is what that is, or how it started out. It's very cool. Do I want a common headers somewhere? Does definitions? No, because I'm currently looking at, like, game and Genie are two kind of separate threads or whatever. Not threads, separate lines of stuff. They manage different things. Genie and game. And Genie, but they both want to know about definitions. Kinda. And they want, like, common headers or something. Maybe I'll just make I'll make definitions called common or something. Oh, what? Oh, ringing. Real world work is coming for me. We need to pay the rent. And so far, when we look at earning, you can see there's a $0 there. Just a second. We've got an actual editing project coming along. So that can Raylib common platform, maybe game.h can include common.h, the common room. What does common have as standard int? Standard ball. Do these, if I include standard lib, do I still need these? Oops. Yes. So that needs to happen. So this don't need that anymore. We're trying to still get a thing called definitions. Platform does, yeah, needs common. All right, we're back. Hello world. And I just want to main hello Genie. KNR is kind of dated for modern standards, modern C. Yeah, well, I'm happy to be dated, you know. I think I like dated games. I like dated concepts. It's good practice. Yeah, good call. Yeah, and standard IO. Okay. Even the Genie needs to know something. So the Genie init, maybe it wants the game. So I'm jumping back and forth between editors and being quite chaotic about this. So we've got a game.c, right? And we mallocked the game state directly. And we'll just exit 0. Exit 1. Exit, what is exit with an error? Build debug. And in Genie dot, okay, Genie's, this is where we don't really want Genie to know what a, maybe Genie takes in a void pointer or something. Does the Genie know what a game is? Maybe it does. Or maybe all it needs, yeah, I don't know. Does the Genie know about the game? does the game know? The game knows about the Genie, I guess, because the game asks the Genie for stuff. It says, hey, render my thing, do my stuff. Oh, we're ringing again. Oh gosh, we got real world work coming, guys. We got real world work coming. And we still need so much editing on this thing, and we need to make a game. And right now we're just fluffing about with Genie. The bills, man, yeah. It's actually kind of good. It's good stuff though. It's not the worst. It's not, there's no advertising. It's creative work, which could be much worse. Yeah, okay, whatever. So the Genie, whatever. But we will say there's a game state equals game init. And then we want to do, well, maybe we'll just put this in the game. Oh yeah, there's like game run or something, eh? And I guess this wants a game state pointer. Game state. The game run. Is it called a game state or just a game? And then we can do like, so once we're out of the main function, then we're in the game. The game just updates. Game.h probably will need to know about Genie.h. Is this going to cause a big fuss? Okay, nothing too bad happened. Thanks, Shumpadang. Yeah, I'm like outside of regular work stuff, I'm gonna be trying to do this pretty much full time. So every day that I can, I'll stream and then cut the devlogs in the third space. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. It's been really cool to start the year off with a bang, 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 bang. So in here we'll say while, how do you write things? Game state is running, run game. So all these begin drawing calls and stuff will go to the Genie. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're treating Raylib like it's a platform layer. That's what we're doing. It's just a beastie platform layer. So we can go void Genie render for now. And that will be all this for now. Oops. Game.c, all we're going to do is Genie render. And we should put a thing in here. If window, okay. Yeah, see, this is where we're like, I just want to call a thing. I just want to call a thing that says if window should close, game state is running equals false. And main C, we want to go game state run, and it will just go in there. Oh, sorry, we want to say game run, send in the game state. Do we, and it won't get here until that thing goes false. We could wrap this if we really wanted to be genification. Have my game engine not know anything about the game data besides some basic types I knew would be used in the like rectangles and points. Right, yeah. I think all that's going to be Genie side. But one thing I guess we could request the screen stuff, what size the game wants, because the game state probably wants to store. Maybe the game state doesn't want to store that. Maybe it needs to. What size the window is. Put it inline. Oh, Genie close game. Genie close. Genie should close. Return window should close. They're saying like, I made a thing. You made a thing. And then we could do something like game state is running equals Genie should close. Will this work? Okay. Do we not set game state as running? It is. Should Genie close? Return window should close. True. Did I not make a loop while game state is running? Genie render. What happened? Program 467 has loaded, unloaded, so it did get to there. What am I missing here? Game state is running true. Game state is running. Window should close. Does it tell me what it's returning? False. Why did it be like that? What did I do wrong? Oh, right. Yeah, that'd be the one. All right. Well, needless abstraction is alive. But maybe there's some genius to it later down where we're like, oh, we've got this Genie layer, so Genie can ask anything to do these things. Maybe it's a cope. Okay, we got our main function down to 4 lines, which is kind of cool. We've got this extra layer, which is probably not necessary. And we have no notion of who I guess the Genie init could ask for a screen width. But I don't think we need to worry too much about that yet. Oh gosh, this isn't even any of the stuff like how do you... So looking at last one, we had all this stuff. We even had like a... And I've broken this project for some reason. We had a level editor and a OBJ saver and a importer exporter of data. Okay. Whether we want to split the game, because this is all just running, man, I really need this kind of to work. So what did I do? What does it not like? Build Raylib bin x64 debug raylib.lib unresolved external. Is that even a thing? Did I move it? Yeah, because it's going build bin. I'll build Raylib. There is no Raylib. Build / Raylib. Bin debug raylib.lib. Did I copy like the NOM 5.5 version into here out of an old project or something silly like that? See daisy trains prototype lib. Let's go into get the Raylib 5.5. Is this stuff, these libs? Did I cut this or something? Why is there no lib, man? This one's working. No, that one's not working. The amount of ways you can confuse yourself in these. Look, this one works. If I put this one here, will this help? Negative. It must be because I moved the project or something. Oh, this is already open. It's going to complain, isn't it? Never fair. I guess we just need to rebuild it rather than debug that tiny little thing. All this stuff's it's just dumb stuff. So we could go back, but do I want to build the level editor again the same way we would? We're just making the same thing. Well, last time we had this level editor, so it was the concept of a level that had a grid 3D shouldn't be running not window should be closed. Game state is running equals. Should we close? No, I want this to say false. Return window should close. I feel like that's inverted. Window should close. Oh, what did I do there? I pushed 11. Check if application should close. And it should say window should close false. So why is it inverted? Well, I mean, you could do if Genie should close, game state running equals false. Is this now going to be the right way around? Yeah. So this is the same as writing if window should close. It's literally an inline. I don't know why these... Yeah. So only in the game if Genie says so. The other thing we could do is this might be mapped to the input. I guess the Genie knows about. Hey Cardinal, how you doing? I guess only Genie knows the truth about whether the game should end. Alright, I think we need some goals. I guess the grid 3D might be a good place to start because it is the fundamental building block of the whole game. Is this a game thing? Or is it an engine thing? This is the thing that is why engine mentality is not so great for games like this. Because I'm not actually trying to make an engine that handles all possibilities. I only want it to do what this game needs. And the grid 3D, like looking at this, there's the struct grid 3D, width, depth, cell size, and then it has these cells. And the cells are they're like rail related. So these are game things. So maybe this is a game structure. It just might get annoying when you're like, I guess all we want the Genie to do is say, yeah, because now here we're dealing directly with Raylib types. All I want to do with the Genie is say, hey, please Genie, render me this thing and send it in the case of a grid, either like whatever type of tile it is for now, whether it's that or it's a slope tile, just hey, here's a mesh, or here's a model, and it has like model which has like the material and the mesh, and say, hey, do something smart with that and queue it up for rendering in the best way. So I'll just say, Genie, render me these things. Genie, take this thing. So I can have, I don't know what size is good size. I can have maybe I have a whole file called grid. Does grid get its own file? It's a thing that is quite, I'm such a file monger. Grid.h. And it can include common, and this is the thing, now things need to include Raylib. We could do further abstraction and just say things like models, materials, everything goes through the Genie. Sorry about bashing the mic then, that was a nervous situation. So only we could have a rule, and rules are usually not good ideas, I think, in general. But we could have Raylib. If we made a thing that says, see, this is the reason why I was like thinking SDL might be a good idea. Because then only the Genie knows. Talking about it, my programmer has a Genie in it. Only Genie knows about this, and game only knows about Genie. Ding 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 ding. There are times that the game's going to want to know about Raylib, but we could force it to not. We could force it to not. And have things like Genie model, which is literally just a type def of a Raylib model. Does that work directly? This could be falling into large sections of bad practice. If we had a type def, which way around do you do them again? So if, oh, it's the other way around, isn't it? Genie model. These types should be. How do we? What's the typing thing? Is it Genie model? Is this bad? Model, and then we can say model dot. Okay, so it'll access it all if we want to be that crazy about it, which we might, because you could eventually. Is this like forwards protecting yourself against changing the underlying tech, which is probably never going to happen. Whatever, we'll start with our grid. So looking at this, start with the grid, and we have these even vector 3s, dog. Is it bad to include Raylib everywhere? Oh, dude. This is where you're like just like reinventing the whole thing. Because definitions. Oh, sorry, common. Common doesn't know about Raylib. Apparently Pragma works on C in most modern. Learning how to code for someone with zero experience. I've got some advice. Learning how to code, I mean, this is what I did. To be honest, I struggled for years just trying to get the basics. For years. And the first thing that actually, the first thing that actually helped.
Welcome back.
Okay, there's this space rocks. Drag and drop. Is that what it is? D&D. Is this on a playlist?
Hey.
How do I go to the playlist? D&D. Oh, I don't know why it's split up like this. Is it a playlist? They like removed it from the playlist. Oh, become a game maker in 15 minutes. I don't know. This this series here. So game maker comes with like visual scripting, which may not sound very sexy. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this Space Rocks. So drag and drop is like the smallest things ever. Drag and drop is like visual scripting. And but the good thing about the thing that really helped with this is, firstly, you can do the whole thing in visual scripting, and then they've got the whole series in Game Maker language as well. And the teacher's really good, and she talks about all these concepts, and it really helped me first grasp like, oh, okay, why are we doing all these things? It was a really good introduction. And then from Game Maker language, I was like, I'd been trying to learn C#, and I was like, I feel like I know enough to give it a shot. And then I tried remaking something similar in Unity. So that was kind of the way I got into it from like zero. Was just I had to give away. I was a little bit like, I didn't want to use Game Maker because I was like, it's not a real game engine, but it's pretty badass actually. Pragma once, yeah. It's the same thing as doing those header guards, eh? What are we doing? Oh, we came up against the problem of this vector 3. And we wanted to know whether or is this a, if I just straight include the Genie here, this could be fatal, right? That'll cause all kinds of cyclic madness. The other thing you could do is well, this is what I guess game knows about Genie. Oh, these things can know about Genie. We'll just call it grid. Nah, maybe we'll call it grid. 3D, I can imagine there being other types of grids. Oh, I don't like that warning. Why do I get that? I forget I fixed that one time. No default lib library. That's a thing in here, isn't it? Properties, general. Does anyone know where to put this no default library thing? Whoa, cancel. Hey, you there. Hey, Oracle. Where does this go again, sir? No. They, sorry, sir. Sir, the switch in properties. Linker, and should ignore property pages, configure linker input, ignore specific library. I don't know which one. I mean, I don't know which one I want a thing. Build link warning. Sorry, I straight have to ask because I don't know. MSVCRT properties linker input. Ignore specific default libraries. Is it okay to ignore you? And this just in debug. Apply. Do I get no more warnings? Things seem to work. I mean, when I learned to code, YouTube definitely existed. I'm still old though. Now, what were we trying to achieve? We're trying to make a grid. Maybe enums. Life gets good when we get into enums. Building, car, train, train builder. This could be inside, well, I think I want different grids within different levels. Okay. We also need a type def struct cell all initialized vector 3 world position vector 3 coordinate a bounding box. Do we need a bounding box? Who wrote this code? Terrain, sorry, this is, I mean, I would just show you this, but I broke it. I should really figure out how to unbreak this. Because now it's just boring things and nothing on screen. Daisy Train's prototype, properties. General, see, additional library directories. This should just be project directory. Apply, okay. One failed. What if I was to build you? Daisy Train's prototypes build Raylib and Raylib release. Let's go to debug and build you again. Build. Okay. And then this additional libraries. Oh wait, no, yeah, do build this in release mode. Build you, and then solution directory, OBJ platform, C, C++, VCC directories, C++. You there. Linker. Build Raylib bin for release. Raylib.lib. Okay, so why do you not like to build? Build. Want to get screen to world array. Is this really the only thing that doesn't work? A definition could not be found for get screen to world array. So that it does exist. Maybe we won't use that one. We'll just link to down. Oh, VCC, yeah. General. Let's just go into lib. Oops. Apply, okay. Dang it, man, what did I do? I killed it by... killed it by changing the name of the thing. What if I was to take this daisy trains prototype, just take it away, oh yeah, it is open, yeah, you're right. Man, what are you opening, sir? Oh, you're still open here. Of course. Sorry, this is getting losing it. Oh, let's just copy it, paste it here. Rename daisy trains. If I open this, Raylib not found. C driver is a Raylib 5.5. I bet you it hasn't. Okay, whatever. Can we build this now? One skipped. The folder, we just called it daisy trains. Select. This build, project Raylib, project was not found. All right, man, okay. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. We're just gonna have to build this. Oh no, now we've got too many files. Daisy trains. This is the only truth now. This is all we've got. We've got a text. I didn't do any actual Git stuff on the prototype. I was just daisy trains prototype. Okay, so all we've got is this reference here. So in here, okay, so everything was just explicitly said to be that size. Cells, 10, 10, 10. This is where like vectors of vectors of vectors. So we can start off with this. The most basic thing, and we could do, what happens if you don't specify this? Is it going to be angry about this? And say, hey dude, if I was to have a thing called grid init, and I took in a I32 width, I32 height, I32 depth. Oh no, I made a CPP file. I kind of feel like there's too many things going on. Too many files. Oh, you don't know? Oh, but did it actually just make that file and commit it into the... Get out of here. Delete. Okay, grid.h void grid init, and it takes an I32 width, I32 height, I32 depth. And then it does this initialization here. Where we make a grid 3D grid equals, yeah, so this is where grid 3D, I guess it doesn't know how big a grid 3D is, does it? Is it gonna, how do you know how big it is if we haven't told you how big it is? How did I do it here? Level width, level depth, level height. Oh, were they const or they were defines? Define max grid width is 10. So we need that fancy memory allocation thing. Because right now we've got to manage all of our allocations in different files and whatnot. We'll get there. Did we do level width, depth, height? So put them in order. So don't worry, the grids are all the same size, I guess. And then here is where we do the actual, we do the for loops. Equals 0, good. Oh yeah, we should probably set these. width. We're out of our depth. Code. So we go along the, so this is X's. Horizontal. What do you call them? Left, right. For Z. Grid depth. For Y. Grid height. Yes. Rewriting it even though we could just copy paste it. Cell pointer. Cell equals grid. Grid cells X, Z, Y. I'm on insert mode for some reason. Oh yeah, I want to start using insert mode. So I guess we could do all these. Grid origin, cell size. Okay, cell position equals position. Cell coordinates. Yep. We don't have positions and coordinates yet. Oh, it's world position. Coordinates. Bounding box equals these things. All right. Where did we calculate bounding box position? Oh, it's these. All right, so that makes a grid and initializes all the cells. Turn grid. Grid, 3D, pointed grid, create a grid, and don't worry about all this. Grid 3D, pointed grid inits. So the game state can, I guess, have a grid 3D pointer grid, and this is where things might get a little dicey. We include grid.h, we get an error. Oh no, nothing seems to be too chaotic. Game init. Game state grid equals grid init. There we go. Grid init referenced in function game. It is there, but it isn't happy. Is this where we have the cyclic. No, what does it say? Grid init reference and function game. Unresolved external symbol. Even when there were notepad tutorials set to print. It knows what it is. Grid 3D grid init. These have the same signature. What's the error? Unresolved external reference and function game init. Needs to know what the grid is. Does the grid need to know what the game is? No. Oh. Assuming extern returning int. So we need Ray math. In in Genie. Maybe we need that in. Okay. Oh, this needs to come after Raylib. Okay, well that worked. Why am I getting errors on this version here? Okay, it worked. Things are fine. We're back. You there can get smaller. All right, and then I guess for a test, Genie render. Genie doesn't know what to render. Genie doesn't know what the game is. Genie just needs to know, hey, what do you want me to render? And I guess, what does the render call look like? It looks like, look into my sweet tunes. Oh, this is being really quiet. The render game. So this is these terrain models. All I want to do, I need the grid, I guess. I could have a thing called a render thingy-majig. Render me something. Is this where I need like a function pointer? But I guess I don't want to, well, say I just wanted to do this. This is where it's become too, splitting the things is just becomes annoying and unintuitive. Like even here, just calling it to Raylib. I guess it's fine. Because then you just... This is initialization. And then on update, game.h. On run game. Okay, run game. We're here. We can do this dirty loop just right here. Grid equals game state grid. And then for all these, we will, if, I guess we get the cell equals grid cells, x, z, y, no need to write this again. Do this, if it's not initialized, don't do anything. Otherwise, here is a drawer, cube, wires, and we want it at the cell code position, and the size is vector 3, 1. That's a function. That's a function, and the color is gonna be sky blue. So that would be some way we want to kind of that's actually not going to draw anything, is it? We actually want to be like Genie begin render or something. So all these calls would be cool if we were just to pipe them into the renderer, and then the renderer took care of them when it's time to render. These interfaces are just annoying things. Because now we're just like literally putting a sticker on Raylib. No, begin render, yeah. End render. Alright, will this give us something on the screen? Oh yeah, we need a 3D camera and everything, don't we? We need a camera. Hey, this thing can probably go away. Haven't been using the mouse much, which is nice. Oh, my little dogs are asleep. Game state. guess we just need the camera, and then let's do the same init the camera stuff that we did on here. Wherever it was. Okay, it's running. Yeah, game state sucks. It should just be game. Camera equals okay, now let's just get all this. You not happy about that? Do we not know what Raylib is? Syntax error. Oh, do we need to cast it? Like that. Still. Let's just set it to that. So initialize it to there. These are going to need these in them. Okay, that's okay. Whatever. No initializer. Okay. Begin render, I guess we can just put begin drawing the background. Begin mode 3D. Oh, we need a camera. Into mode 3D. Actual camera, okay. Copy of a camera. Just go to jump to the thing, man. Point to camera. Oh, I just went on some mega mode. As you can see, things need a little ironing out. All right. Do we get anything? We get nothing. Let's just render floor grid. Draw grid 10. What was the? I think we were drawing a floor grid down here, weren't we? Render draw grid 10 and 1.0. Yes, that's correct. Oh yeah, we have a grid. We're a bit zoomed out. Game. Y is up, right? Half that. Half that. All right, so it's not. Oh, our rand function is probably not doing anything at the moment. when we initialize the grid, I just put some random, oh no, get random value. 0, 1. Do I have to cast this to a bool? Initialized true 205. Get random value. False. True. This is what's annoying also about splitting things up prematurely. You're like, draw cube wise. Do we ever get here? We do. Okay, those values don't look great. Those values don't look good at all. Coordinates look alright. Cell size. Ooh. Do we set the cell? Oh, we don't. Cell size equals 1.0 F. Oh, what? Is this a vector 3? Okay. Oh yeah, we're pausing. Beautiful. Again, we got some bad values in the world position. Okay. Cell size is 1. Oh, we don't have an origin. Position. Nice. Yes. Okay, they're not offsetted correctly. Is that going to be the same every time? How do you know? No. Is there some offsetting thing? Cell position and offset, build offset, yada yada. If this is a bit dull, we're just sort of getting back into the swing of things. Origin equals origin. What is the oh, we calculated an origin here, didn't we? The origin is not vector 3, 0. We did the thing. Yeah. These are the things we figured out why these were important to make constant. Oh, and then we should probably use this origin. Yes! So all that's doing is just randomly selecting whether a thing is on or not. We could just set them to 1 and it'll draw all of them, but we've got a cube grid, and we've already abandoned our paradigm by allowing things to cross the blood-brain barrier between the genie and the lamp. Raylib is the lamp. No way. Yeah, so if we didn't want the game to make direct draw calls, we'd have to have like a rendering system where we could. But in this state where there's going to be a lot of debugging, maybe that stuff will figure itself out. The other thing is in this version, there's this update grid, which goes through every cell in the grid and does all these things, sees if we're colliding with the mouse, and it's doing heaps of dumb stuff like updating its connection points and all this stuff. And then when we get to the render, we go through the grid again. And we don't actually, because we're converting it to a mesh. But this is the type of thing that it would be cool to have one update. This is the grid update. And it just queues any kind of draw stuff. It just asks. I wonder if that's a thing. Say we do a real simple one. Say we had a struct render, I don't know, what is it? It's a render, it's not a pass, render job, render task, render thing, render job, render item. It's bad, but you know. And in this we just have, how do you do a function pointer? I need my manual. C function pointer. Function pointer. Function pointer is a pointer to a function fun. Oh, why would you write it like that? Does it? And can we have this in less cryptic, please? Array of function pointers. Ay. Function pointer. Okay, so it's a pointer to the function. And this is the parameters it takes in. So if I was to oh gosh. Do you need to use void pointer? Is there such a thing as a void function pointer? Oh no, we're on Stack Overflow. I guess this is the one we need. Oh yeah, void. Void call and I don't know, is that the syntax? But then these are going to need things, right? I need to ask the Oracle. Oh no, what did I do? I need to ask the Oracle. How would I make, is it possible? Is it possible to create a generic function pointer that allows me to call different render functions? Sir? Render function, render item, type def void render function. What if they have different parameters? They're going to be very different, sir. Yeah, maybe this is not the way. Do you just have a thing where you say like Q debug drawing? How do they actually do? How though? Basically, I want to these draw calls in the renderer and call them later. So you just need something with the function parameter. Yeah, this thing starts to suck. Yeah, this seems bad. Is there a simpler way to do this? I guess you could just have a thing. This is the suckful thing that I find sucks. When you're trying not to cross lines the wrong way and you're trying to say, hey, I need you to know about things but not about too much. Grid.h say void grid update and we'll take in a grid 3D pointer grid. So it's basically this. Where's the pointer? Just jump to the function, man. You don't need to do that. And this needs to be replaced with a thing called I mean, you could just make wrappers for these things and store them and say, hey, renderer, store me a draw cube wires. I guess that's what we're trying to do. What did it say to do? Render item. Oh man, that sucks. That auto close. Yeah, this sucks. Whatever that is sucks. Okay, grid update, taking the game state grid. Oh yeah, then how do you say you want to do a bunch of different stuff? You want to, like a... You'd need like a struct of debug cube wires. Wire cube debug wire cube. That would need a vector 3 position, 3 size, and a color. And then you'd also need a debug wire cube, debug wire cubes, and have like, I don't know, because we need 1,000 of them per level. And then are you doing some madness where you say, and then that also needs to have another thing. Debug wire draws or something. Yeah, this is like, just use C++. And then I32 count. And then you got to initialize them all. What is the thing? How would you do the C++ anyway? I guess you just have a... I guess you could just debug draw. This is insane. And now we're either using global variables and being chaotic. Vector of debug cubes that init themselves via constructor. Yeah. The bigger question is this. I mean, maybe we are discovering something. Debug draw dot cube count equals 0. Do we have to initialize them? We don't have this number stored anywhere. Is this 0 initialized? Does that work? This seems silly. Then draw debug, draw wire, cube wires v, debug. Debug graphics explicitly in the game state so I can request to draw basic primitives. Yeah, that is the thing. I was just trying to avoid having to do this 1,000 cell loop both in the update and in the render. Well, just looking forward, I think it would be better if the game updates itself. And in those update calls, say it's going through all the trains and all the things on the screen that need to update their position or whatever. In those updates, there is a method to tell the renderer, because all the draw calls have to happen in between this begin drawing and end drawing thing, which means those loops would have to go twice. And this is probably not the way to do it, but it is an interesting process, and maybe something smarter comes out of it. Also, you need to then set the thing to 0 every frame. That's important. And then this is the thing with C, is you need to start like adding them all, or you could just add debug draw or something and have a void pointer of data, and then I don't know how many different debug calls do we need to make, or draw types. This might be getting way ahead of ourselves, but I'm just thinking through the process. How do we do enums? Do we write them in all caps? And say we had one called model. Oh no, I guess we could just call this a draw type. Oh no, we'll do debug draw type. Yeah, and we'll do a debug model. Like, I don't know. Or we could do like a wire model or something. I don't know. Debug draw type. Something like that. Why don't you like that? I see it right there. Did I do something strange? What's going on? How long have we been streaming? What's been happening? We just went into the thing. We missed calls. Reset your Instagram password. Missed calls. How long has the stream been active for? Active. Nearly 4 hours. Oh yeah, my bad. Type def. Thank you. Oh, it still hates me. Oh yeah, and then you need it. Awesome. Debug. Draw type. Genie begin render. Oh, did I not? The Genie game. The Genie. All right, we're back in business. So on grid, we want to then send this. I want to say Genie add debug draw. I guess we need to make a debug wire cube and then position equals cell position position dot size equals vector 3 and 1 and dot color equals sky blue, and then send the cube. We just send it like this, and the type is wire cube. We actually haven't done any logic for this yet, have we? Switch type wire cube. I guess we can go draw debug. Debug draw dots wire cubes debug draw dot wire cube count plus plus equals, can we cast to a debug draw debug wire cube data. Yes no pointed to that, dereferenced that, or is it a dereferenced that? What is it? Debug wire cube is not allowed. Pointer. Ooh. And then that? No. And then that? Actual parameter is not a pointer. Is that what that needs? How do I send, and these are void pointer. Just calm down with that, man. Old errors. I want to say the cube. And I want to say wire cube. But it's going to say actual parameter is not a pointer. I need the syntax, man. I need the syntax. How do I send a debug draw wire cube? Yeah, all right. With correct parameters. Oh, it is just that. It is just that. But then it's like, doesn't like this line. Oh, because there's no semicolon there. Are we back? Are we back in business? Wow, that works. Okay. It's super roundabout way of doing it. So every frame we're writing all of these. Is this creating some kind of chaos? 6,000 frames a second, no problem. No problem thus far. Sorry for some of the noobishness, but that's kind of interesting. There's probably... I mean, you could turn that into its own thing. You know, some sort of void pointer thingamajigs. Because all this might start adding up if you've got a lot of crap. But the fact that you can send something generic is kind of cool. Could these be void pointers? I don't think so, because it doesn't know how much space to allocate. Unless you had like some union on your debug draw thing that could hold one of these. Big enough space to hold 1,000 of these. I don't know. We could be barking up the wrong tree here. But it is an interesting way to see how we can start to think about sending draw jobs, just totally decoupling the updates from the draw, and just have the draw have a list of stuff to do. I think that would be the ideal goal, is just to have that. What have we figured out today? All this, yeah, this kind of thing where update then just sends this, and it's got a list of stuff to render when it gets to render. Maybe there's a way of doing it a little less chaotically than this. Well, we did manage to get the project working. That's always a good thing. We're messing around with our unnecessary abstractions. We've got some basic flow going on. I guess I liked where this was going, where it had a little level builder built in, because that's like a good, I guess that's a good place to start on the level builder. I don't know whether to think about this as having like an editor and a game as two separate things, but maybe it's just like you can enable editor mode or something with a F1, and then you can start editing things. Oh gosh, this feels kind of impossible, but at the same time, you know, we managed to get a little thing going. Where can I just bring up a video of that other thing? OBS, game dev, daisy trains, 3D prototyping. Can we just make this silent? It was painful, but we did end up getting the little trains going. Just imagine, this was where the project was. What's going on here? Captain Gap. So this is me at the end of last year. We made a game in a game jam, not this one. We made a 2D version of this, where you got these little trains and you got these little puzzle levels. You got to move cargo from one place to the other and make your trains go the right to the right stations in the right order. Oh, I can't talk anymore. We're back. So we started prototyping with a couple of game engines. We ended up using Raylib to build this thing. And now we're kind of giving it a good nudge of actually making the game. We're actually going into trying to make it into a real game. Using this prototype as a sort of a concept. And we've so far rebuilt the entire thing this morning. No, we're randomly rendering grid. We've got a grid. We've got cubes. But we've been looking at how far we want to abstract our engine, our game, where Raylib comes in, where it's available. We're working in C for now. And we just sort of got it started. It's probably a good idea to have some sort of goal. I think tomorrow might be definitely possible to get the terrain in and rendering basic 3D cubes and slopes and getting that little level builder back in action. Even though it was really basic, it was kind of cool because you could make the level, you could kind of click squares and they would change the state of the level, and then you could save that down to a file and load it back up again and open it in Blender and stuff. But making games, no GUI game engine. Ursina engine. Python C++, that's cool. So C++ sort of like the guts in Python scripting or something like that. Raylib's really cool. It's like aimed at, I guess, it's just all pretty simply functional, I guess you could say. Like getting these things going is 3D picking. Box selected. It's like that many lines to do all that. It's just not much. How's this doing it? Get screen to world array, mouse position, camera. But that's the other thing in this code. Pan to 3D. Okay. That's cool. Maybe I'll just do a little. Oh, doggies. My doggies. we back? Yes. So, we'll change the pen color for a bit. The plan. So day one was to just get underway. Project. Day two, we'll start working on our level editor again. Maybe. But with the trying to work things into a bit more of a framework. So I guess we want to try to get back to this place, but things in their right place. So as we go through, we basically get back to that prototype. Thanks very much, Captain Gap. Good luck with your stuff. I'll look up that engine and have a look and see what the dilly is. Render system would be cool as a base, and like shaders, because we're gonna have to get into like lighting and all that. These need to have their own thing going, and then trains / logic. I think I'll do the basics of building levels and trains just to test things out, and then maybe move into some. I don't know what needs to happen. The game logic and then the rendering, probably. Maybe we'll bounce between them. But basically we're just kind of remaking this thing with some structure. Am I still playing this video? Oh yeah, this thing. Oh yeah, so it comes into Blender and it. Yeah, here we go. So I had it so you could build little tiles. So you'd be able to build your little level and build rail on it and test them out and be like, okay, this goes here and that goes there. And then once you're happy with the layout, you ship it off to Blender with a simple, you just save it to an OBJ, open it, and then it's in Blender, and then you can get converted into a little artwork with some remeshing and, you know, whatever the process may be. And shading, we went through and we tried shading this. Oh yeah, we're able to build rails and whatnot. But then, yeah, we need a proper renderer with like lighting, shadows, proper texture importing and stuff. Jeez. We managed to get this little pipeline going. Although, yeah, it comes in looking like a piece of plastic. And then lighting, I tried doing this PBR thing for like 2 hours and it defeated me, as you can see. So that'll be interesting to try and separate those things out so the renderer is doing its thing and I can focus on like, all right, how do shaders work? How does lighting really work? How do you get things looking nice? How do we get I imagine the lighting to be quite basic. Directional lighting is all we need for the most part, and then one directional shadows would be good. And then, yeah, see, this is where like things were going awry for ages, but I think that needs to be done in a kind of structured manner. That's right. I just want to hand off all the tough stuff to the Genie and say, Genie, please render my thing. Genie, give me some memory. Genie, make it look good. Cool. Go. All right. Well, I don't know about a schedule, but probably be on about the same time tomorrow. It's good to see everybody on the new year, though. It's good to kick things right off. How do I? Oh, maybe I need to do a thing like that. I watched Nosferatu. Has anyone seen Nosferatu? They gave him. I don't want to give any spoilers away. Pretty good. There's a fly in my coffee. At what point was the fly in the coffee? Was the fly in the coffee while drinking or post drinking? We'll have to watch the replay back. Moment to moment. Oh yeah, we got the Discord as well. If you want to come, I'll post like what time I'm streaming stuff there. And in the next 4,690 days, we will be building something that looks like it's 20 years old. Which is a pretty sweet spot, really, for games. Yeah, alright. I think I'll end that. 4 hours, not bad. Good to see everyone. Oh yeah, and the next episode as well of the Dev Quest episode is about that prototype thing last year. Plus quite a lot of footage. I keep making these streams and adding this footage to the bank and then having to go through it all. We'll get there. We'll get there.